Good morning, everybody. Son of a bitch. Why are rates rocketing and Dixie's in the dumpster? Dixie's up like 0.03. But I would imagine that the Bank of Japan or Ministry of Finance in Japan is doing some sort of yield curve control with the $28 billion they allocated to it last week. Son of a bitch. Okay, cool. ES is about to lose 42.28. It's the bear flag from this morning starting to break down into market open. Jimmy's still getting shorted. VIX almost back over 22. If we break 4,200 on ES here, or 4,200 on SPX here, VIX is going to go up quite a bit. Are you going to hold the call side if we lose 4,200? Probably, yeah. I would probably hold it down to like 41.88 before I cut it completely. There's still a chance that we bounce. They're shorting VIX super hard in the pre-market, so they're trying to keep us from dropping more. They're just not winning. I mean, GME shorting will probably continue until they run out of liquidity. And falling indexes give them liquidity, so that's also not T+2 yet. So I would imagine that it could go down more today. Although it is getting very illiquid. Indices have been up 15 of the last 16 Mondays. Do you think they protect again today? Yeah, what indexes have done the last 15 Mondays is irrelevant. This is a different Monday. Oxy's down 3%. Oil's down 128 basis points. All right, futures is testing 42.25 now. It seems to be acting as a bit of a resistance earlier. So keep an eye on that. Here's ES right now. Looks like it's getting volume to the downside. I think it looks like a pretty solid continuation here. Ooh, interesting. I can't touch that. Fantastic. All right. Do you have a PT for picking up upstart shares? Not right now, no. I want to see how the credit environment's affecting their earnings first. But I probably won't be buying any upstart for, like, I won't be buying any upstart shares for at least a few quarters. Maybe end of 2024. Options might be a different story, but not today. Huh. Did all of those old people call their brokers and tell them to sell? Some of them might. Right now, is it better to have cash ready than shares, given the current climate? If we were buying shares of any companies, that's an option. Yeah, I mean, you could. It's not one I necessarily agree with, but um, yeah, it's an option. I don't like cash gang. I feel like that's always a losing position, but some people disagree with that. I finished my tax. Could have made money, but paper handed Upstart, Cat, AMD. All right. I suppose. I suppose too early. Would there? Where would the next resistance line for Tesla? Where would be the next resistance line for Tesla? 187. There's like a trend resistance at like 200 to 195 in that range. Below 195, 187, then 180. Back off, you stole my Let's be honest, we all would have picked down. It's you and JFresh's contrarian natures that got you where you are. This is exceedingly bearish looking. Holy fuck. Are you typing an essay? It sounds like it. No, no. I'm not doing anything too weird. This is a tad bearish. No shit. 4,100 would be fun. I don't think it's off the table right now. I spy with my little brown eye. VIX 25 today. Is it a good place to average down GME, or is that throwing good money after bad? I don't know. It depends on your cost basis. It's a very low price right now. We're going up or down? Down. I got jam on the screen. Thanks, STD slot machine. Is this what the beginning of a crash looks like? When does it get violent? This is a pretty violent start to the morning, no? Did you see ES in the pre-market? Right now we're down like 108 basis points from the pre-market high. Was Twitter right about Black Monday? I mean, you can't have a market crash unless the sentiment is bearish. No problem, Danergy. How many minutes until MMs have to really hedge the risk under 4,200? I'm pretty sure they've already started. Are they still selling puts into this? 4150, 75, 4200? I don't think they're selling 4200s right now, but I would say that they're probably selling the 4100 and the 4150. They may just be trying not to increase their exposure. But I would say that there's some attempt at shorting VIX. A bounce could be violent. Yeah, not a lot of range for one, I don't think. Like maybe it could bounce back to 42.10, but they're gonna have to fight back against quite a lot of negative delta here. But yeah, they may try. I'd be more worried about put capitulation and like overnight puts taking profit. There's definitely enough momentum that bounces can get stuffed. I think. Oh, dealer gross or dealer knave gamma exposure right now is negative 37, or opened at negative 37 billion. Who the fuck knows how much it is? What's that now? More, more than that. So yeah, things are gonna get really volatile. Was November 3rd too much theta for a QQQ straddle? I'm not seeing a lot of net profit from Friday. Yeah, it's pretty far out there. When is SJX gonna have one of those candles? You're gonna need a really big move before you see profitability. Who are you and where's Popcorn Trader? I hedge my upside, locked in 1K, holding two 4200p runners. Nice. Yeah, I'm stopped out of my straddle. Follow the put side. Maybe get an opportunity to stop out of the call side here. Let's see where we can bounce to. 4210 right now looks like the most likely range. But we could just get de-risking at 4200. Holy fuck, it's gappy? Yeah, it's gonna be nuts. Jork, 40 fucking BPS futures candles. Let's fucking go. Gherk, quote, I can see us bounce to 4210. Well, we just did. If you could change your hot tub stream prediction now, what would it be? So far it's been perfect. Yeah, we opened pretty close. Let's see, what was open? 4207. So we opened like $7. $17 above where I thought we would. Tapped mine and then moved back up. So we opened right about like where like in the same range like me and Dork predicted. It was a little bit above both of ours, but we eventually dropped through it. I think we can still keep going down today though. Like if this is all the capitulation they're gonna get, puts are just gonna flood back in on the lower vol. Yeah, yields didn't really cool substantially on that bounce. A little bit, but not a ton. Maybe if we bounce more and yields flip negative on the day. Show SPX's destiny. I think it's still got a little more room to pump. I don't think it's ridiculous to see us fill some of the gap. Yeah, I think we could fill the gap, which would be like a futures test of like 42, 48. We'll have to, we'll see though. It's this fast of a bounce could turn around really quick. And if they're really afraid for 4,200, they may just de-risk it. So keep your eyes open for that. Kind of hoping I get an exit on my strangle calls. Before we move down again. It's going to be a fun morning, Dork. Alright, I'm going to put a stop on my calls here just in case this fails. I'm still selling them at a loss, but I made more than enough on the downside. I'll tighten it up if we move up. I don't have any day trades, otherwise I'd have already used it. Doc, you filled the gap at 40. Any entries, or are you still avoiding it? I'm still kind of avoiding it. I don't really have any interest in picking any up for probably a couple of quarters. Is this the kind of day where zero DTE or too much risk? I mean, they're a lot of risk, but they're very profitable. So, I mean, that's something you've got to determine. I literally just put a stop on my call. We're the same. Nice, man. JPM long puts are at 40.50. Is this the type of day where zero DTs are just as risky as every other day? I would say they're a lot more risky than they usually are. They're more money, right? I mean, an at the money put is $12. At the money calls 14. Put selling starting to fall off a little bit here. So this, momentum wise, this may be starting to peak. Falling off a little, not the same as stopping completely, but it's slowed down. I let all my CSPs get assigned and they're squirming now. Are you gonna just complain about them all day? Why didn't you just roll them? I'm peaking right now. I feel like I'm gonna get stopped out of my call and then we're gonna rip up to like 42.40 and I'm gonna be super pissed. If I put the same, if put same like share and SPX doesn't have shares, what SPX put same like? Excuse you? Horse slip? Like when you go to the track and you bet on a horse, you get the little, like one of those. This guy stepped in the Wall Street Bets Wendy's School of Economics. Dork, the 15-minute this morning on SPX is glorious. How bearish is this if we don't fill the gap? Fucking idiot bumper fuckbags. I agree. Yeah. Bill Ackerman said he covered his bond short. But wait, bonds didn't hit 6%. What about his asymmetric returns that he promised all of the retail investors on his Twitter? Did he just use them as exit liquidity to get out of his shitty bond short? No. Bill Ackman? He would never do something like that. Piece of shit. Like the stream, 560 people watching. Yeah, if you could, that'd be cool. Thanks. Win inverse V. Well, let's see. We either inverse V or we just spend the next hour and a half distributing out slightly below the gap before filling it later. Asymmetric doesn't mean positive. Thanks, Crypto. I don't want you to like the stream, Bipolar Bear. I'm pretty sure with the number of channels on YouTube that you've been banned from, that you liking the stream has negative repercussions. Actually, you're still banned from this channel. He's a toxic leg, exactly. I don't want to say which ticker, but some Jan 24 calls of mine were repossessed over the weekend. Is there a book at the MM where my name is written beside my crimed calls in case of Moon? Did you own fucking Bobby Q? Bravo. What the fuck, man? I heard Bipolar Bear managed to get banned from Mr. Beast. I don't really know who Mr. Beast is. You guys have told me some things. I saw one of his videos once. It was something about like surviving on an island or something. You've banned me at least 3 times. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yet you keep coming back. You're like a cyber stalker. Do you close your weekend bear calls or just let them ride with a stop? I don't have any reason to close them yet. One second. Hmm. Still hasn't filled the gap, huh? Did I get stopped out? Okay, not yet. Let's see. Looks like short vol is falling off still. Maybe calls being sold here. Calls being bought? No, I think calls being sold. What level? Selling like the 35? Ooh, we're gonna dick rocket. Is this getting bullish or confirm at 42.50? I mean, you could try to play the upside. I have calls open from the strangle over the weekend, but I've got some stops set on them in case this fails to fill. Because if this fails to fill, they might de-risk 4,200 and it could drop really, really fast. And right now it looks like they're selling calls, which is not bullish. What was the delay about? Were you signing for your new Cybertruck from the Carvana delivery guy? No, I've got people replacing my oven right now, so I wanted to go check on that. I don't think they've brought the new oven up yet though, so I might have to go check on them again in a minute, or like let them back in the apartment. I'm hedging my puts with GME calls. Nice. My single RAD CQ November 17 1C is down $15 overall. I'm never going to financially recover from this. Yeah, it sounds like you're actually ruined. No, I'm not getting a nice oven. I'm just getting whatever they fucking replace it with. No, the oven isn't a peace agreement. Two of the burners didn't work. Actually, they were really bitchy about it. I have underwater CCs above my cost basis for December. I'm locking on 25% profit, but the stock continued up. I should probably just stop complaining, right? Probably. Yeah, it sounds like you're doing a lot of complaining. How are you playing GME OPEX? I have some debit spreads open on it right now. I might actually buy these back. Oh, nope. That's not the one I want to buy back. I want to buy back this one. Just that. Interesting. Gaps filled. running into another put wall at 42.25. I think they're selling the 30, 30, 35, 40, and 45s. Mostly the 35 and 40, though. Bulls and shambles. Yeah, there's a lot of call selling. Market makers got the gap back. We're at the 2 sigma trend now. Alright, I'm going to tighten up my stop a bunch here. Either this breaks up or I get stopped out. Did your oven have a warranty? I have no idea. Is your landlord taking you to court? Was that like a volumetric pun? BBBYQ bag holders are still in denial, posting their conversations between customer service reps at brokers, asking them why they deleted their worthless shares without their consent. One of these days, retail is going to realize that their shares aren't theirs. That they ultimately belong to the company that issued them. Any thoughts on booking at the moment? Might be getting an entry soon. It's getting close to where I want to buy in, but I'm gonna wait a little bit. I think maybe if I can confirm a turnaround in SPX. There's still obviously some risk that it keeps moving up, right? Although I suppose I don't have to sell a 50 wide spread in the money. Bulls are so fucking petulant. Yeah. I think we could end up chopping here a bit while they try to de-risk like 42.25, 4,200, right? Is Jimmy up going up slowly because of the market, or is it covering? It's actually got a little bit of covering going on. Not a lot. But yeah, I mean, the market upside pressure definitely helps. Dries up liquidity on the short side, right? No active funds selling. Dixie getting slammed below 106. Yields are now negative on the day. So they're really trying to turn this around. I don't know what petulant means, but bulls are definitely lugubrious and Waluigi-less. Yeah, I think there's some risk. I might get some out-of-money debit spreads and leave it at that. I thought about that too. I thought about selling in the money calls or just getting the out of the money spread. It's tough because I really want to over leverage the position, but there's just like not a lot of fucking liquidity on the options chain. And the MM's pricing in like $150 move over the next like 7 days. You can tell when Dirk's on the wrong side of the trade because he attacks the other side's intelligence whilst using big words. Interesting. 1 second. I really hate being interrupted. All right. I was told we'd crash today right at market open. It was me who said it, but I still don't like being lied to. You should reprimand yourself. Why did the market not respond to my 0 DTE puts with capitulation? I don't know, but it looks like this is starting to break down again. I hope that happens quickly. VIX is picking up a little. We don't have a confirmed rejection on ES, but it's close. Momentum's kind of starting to shift a little bit. That could take a minute. Let's see if volume picks up, I guess. Out of the money put interest. Looks like we got increasing put interest at 20, 15, 10. And a little bit more picking up at 4,200, but under 4,200 is kind of fallen off a little bit. 4175 is still increasing, but that's probably sold. So at least some expectation of defending sub 4,200 right now. I would watch this for like sharp spikes in VIX that signify a more significant amount of de-risking at 4,200. If they do, we may lose this trading level entirely. We've been going back to 270. Let's see. Not getting a lot of covering today, but it's probably not helping that Russell's down on the day. A little bit of a bounce at resistance. Not a, yeah, but not a lot of covering yet. Kind of just flat. To lose a level like Ghouls and Goblins or lose a level like Super Mario? Excellent question. Fall out of the current trading. Alright, so a little bit of support. It still kind of looks like it's breaking down, but slower. Where the fuck does this guy go? I had to go deal with the guys dropping off my new stove. Oven installer got fried by 240-volt. Gherk's cleaning up the ashes. No. Believe it or not, they're pumping the Mag 7. I know. I see it. Somehow NQ up on the day. Just barely, but... An emergency plan has been for JFresh to take over the stream upon Gherk's passing. He would do the best in front of Congress. Ooh, I never thought about it that way. Was the stove purchase going to be visible in this or next month's PCE? Probably next month's. Do you guys have an HOA? No. I don't have a condo. I rent this place. Just send Bipolar Bear to Congress so he just pisses them off. Are bulls getting a foothold? Maybe. They're trying. Pressure on yields is already starting to pick back up a little bit, though. USD JPY now down to 149.88. Renting is gross. Depends how much you pay. I would get banned from Congress. Yeah, you probably would. It absolutely hammered Dixie. It's down 20 BPS. And part of that's probably Japan executing like open market actions, right? Like short dollar, long yen. Because we brushed right up against their limit today or this morning. We came really close to breaking above 150 again. And I know I think it was last week they allocated like $28 billion, which they'll probably burn through really quickly, but I don't care how much you paid to rent a place. Guess what? It's less than the owner pays. That's how profit works. Not all rentals are profitable. I decide to marry my port and date my bags. Is that how this works? Okay. Have they considered just not having such a garbage monetary system? Not at least the last 30 years. What happens if the puppers don't exit their position before Japan burns through its buffer for 150? Japan has a pretty big buffer for 150. They've allocated, well, the Bank of Japan's allocated 28.6 billion, but the Ministry of Finance has 187 billion in reserves. So they could hold off for quite some time. As a CPA, I can confirm that not all rentals are profitable. Maybe for multifamily in a city, people are leaving, not single family. Yeah, probably rarer in single family homes, but I'm sure it still happens. If you have like one major single family home repair in a year, that can wipe out all your profitability from rent. Not to mention, good luck competing with like 6, 7, and 8% mortgages against people who have 2 and 3% mortgages and tons of equity over the next 5 years. People have in the past and will again in the future uh, rent properties below their mortgage. As a former landlord, renting is a pain. At least covered calls, dividends, and treasury yields don't tell you the toilet is leaking. Yep. I'm married to my wife and I'm dating my girlfriend. Nice. What's the 4235 white line you have on SPX? I don't know. I charge 2,800 for a month for a house that I own free and clear. 560K house. Take home after taxes and repairs is only about 10K. It's not very good. No, it's shit. Property ownership is fucking garbage. VIX down 340 BPS. Crime. Volatile. Can Americans not renew and renegotiate mortgages every few years? It depends on how much equity you have. If your equity drops, fuck no. No bank will refinance you. Sub Gurk Berry here. Do you think SPX sub 4200 has left the building for the day? Seems like if de-risking doesn't occur, we're either chopping or pumping. It's possible. I will say, I don't think the current prices are very sustainable, so they're going to need to pump a little bit in order to keep chopping. Otherwise, the negative drag will just push us back down again. I mean, their momentum's starting to die off, but they're managing to hold the range for now. They could buy in again later when calls get cheaper and try to pump higher, or they can fail and we'll drop from this range. My parents pay almost 20K a year in taxes, and they don't make that much from their small business. It pays for health insurance. That's not too bad. To be fair, I bought the house for 215 in 2014 and had roommates the majority of the time I lived there. That worked well. Okay. Wife sent me a place on Zillow last night. She wants us to check out. Want to buy it for us as an investment in our friendship? Oh boy. No. I love you, Atomic, but no. Tell your wife to stop trying to buy a house at the top of the market. Just drag your feet as much as possible. Be really obstinate. Find like little details about the house that you just are absolutely insufferable to you. What's up, Bithead? I've been dragging my feet for years. Okay, well, you started dragging your feet too early. I wouldn't call what GME is doing right now MOASsing, but it looks pretty good. What's up, Bithead? How you doing, man? What was the bounce this morning? Giant futures pump? Seemed too violent and sudden to not be coordinated. Everything turned around. I mean, yeah, there was like 50,000 contracts traded, and we went up 40 BPS in what, 5 minutes? Tell your wife there's just not enough room to store all your Fubo shares. When I was younger, 500 to 750K bought you a very nice house in a desirable area. That's a cardboard box that needs 70K in repairs and original 1960s fixtures. That's retro, right? You just gotta learn how to sell it. Instructions unclear. Married the house, dated the realtor. I bought a home in 2015, sold in 22 for 2x, then bought land and a small house for cash in Nowhere, Illinois. My wife whines, but I can't hear her over the sound of this $0 mortgage. Think of your nightlife, though. This is fucking boring, Dork. I don't want to trade flat. I also got stopped out of my calls. I don't want to buy more of them. It seems sacrilegious. Those fuckers got you? Calls are insanely expensive. I know. Yeah, I got stopped out on the first peak. I mean, I tightened my stop. It wasn't like they got me. It was like I thought it would drop more. Not just down to 42.10 and then right back to 42.25. I think pumpers will hold us up here. This 42.20 level has been tricky whenever we've seen it lately. When was the last time we saw it? Friday? It's like Friday or May. For some reason, my 4150p about an hour ago are down. That's because VIX is dropping. What are the green bars on GME's chart? Positive price movement? No, VIX does make calls more expensive. I'm gonna snag another Vega position in my Roth. Low odds of VIX sub 20 again. Pretty low. I mean, we could slip 20, but we probably won't stay under 20 for very long. I think if you click the link I put in Pickles Picks, that should be roughly where we start talking about like SPX crypto. I time stamped the link, so it should work. If it doesn't, it's at like 2 hours and 11 minutes or so. It just goes to the beginning, motherfuckers. Yeah, I think it's like 2 hours in. Restrangle's the most ideal strategy during the COVID crashes. No. No, if you could pick a direction, that was far better, but having strangles helped. Oh shit. I think they're back. One second. Okay, awesome. So the guy wants to fucking argue with me. Fucking dickhead. YouTube link didn't timestamp it? Oh, well, I tried. I don't know why it didn't. It was working when I clicked it last night. 2 is a good place to start. Yeah, there you go. It's at like 2 hours. Just fucking. We were here on 10-3, 10-4, nearly on 10-5, and on 10-6. We were getting blasted when we were near 223-ish. We're a bit higher than this, but okay. I mean that's when we bounced off of the like long-term trend. I don't think our current situation's all that similar, but Yeah, I mean, defending 4,200 is still important. Let's see. Looks like more put selling here. So another pump. They're gonna target 42.76. It's just gonna. Is that it? Okay, there's a decent chance that that was the whole pump. Is that a fucking joke? I wonder if calls are just too expensive. At the money calls are down to like $10 now. That's not as bad as it was earlier. Probably trying to roll their sold puts further down the chain. They've been adding to like the 4,100, 4,150 strikes since like last Thursday. Popcorn Trader, he needs to make the support lines green to attract the bears. Can you hold the market up until my cash settles? Could try. I mean, we'll probably stabilize into like at least the first set of mega cap earnings this week. So Microsoft, Alphabet. Any thoughts on what BOJ might do on a rate decision? Just hold for now. They could modify the yield curve control a little bit. I don't think they'd go. Yeah, I don't think they'd peg to the dollar just yet. Not enough pressure. If the Fed raises rates again, not next week, but just after next week. Um, well, I guess it's kind of next week, right? It's Wednesday. Yeah, next week. So if the Fed raises rates again next week, maybe they'd have to. QQQ is kind of kicking ass. So still some mega cap pump. Super tight butthole. Oh, it's old. Could you give an example of hour by hour breakdown of what calls should be at the money as they degrade throughout the day? That would be very interesting. No? Just look. I just want another chance to sell my QQQ puts. At least they expire next Friday. You very well may get one. Hmm. I still don't want to buy calls here. Maybe one more little pump. Where would we go? 42.35 maybe? Uh, yeah, I guess if this breaks the upside. VIX almost back at 2050. It's VIX down 4.56 now. Let's see. Dow's still red on the day. Yes, NQ and Russell are green. Dixie's down 26 basis points. 20 and 30 are both down almost 100 BPS right now. So there's still a lot of pressure on the bonds. Did the appliance delivery guys disagree with your bear thesis? No, they brought me an oven that's clearly too large for the space it's going in. And they told me it's going to fit. Pinky promise? Absolutely not. Take your profits next time. VIX down 10% from the high is a huge win for them. Eh. They can just ramp right back up again. Any options evidence suggesting a GME T+2 pump is building up? Not really. Although there's never any like options evidence anymore because nobody buys fucking options on GME. $1.1 million shares available to borrow on GME now. Covering? I mean, maybe from this morning. What were we down to this morning? Fidelity had 1 million available. Or more. IBKR only had 200K. Would a 2 DTE straddle here be a terrible idea? It's a bit overpriced. Ascending wedges break up? No. They're not corpse freezers, and no, those are mine. Today has seemed odd. What's odd about it? We opened super low. We got some capitulation. Bulls tried to drive it back up above their Vega risk. It's like a pretty standard day, I think. I don't know. It just feels odd, I guess. GME might break out here if the index moves higher. It'd be really neat if GME broke above, well, let's see. Uh, 1522. 16 seems more important, though. A little bit of call buying. There's some put selling on GME. That might be bullish. No, not 1384. 1384 doesn't do anything. It needs to get above like 1520 to really move. And Gamma Max keeps falling. So we're getting more and more calls. The calls that are being bought are being bought sub 20. I miss the days of Wall Street bets yellowing into GMA. Are you still bullish on Spurt and Rev? I was only bullish on Spurt until it squeezed. And Rev's delisted. How fucking long have you been gone, man? 2 years? 2.5 years? Because I was on Spy Puts Friday, but it didn't change from day to GTC. Fuck my life. On this hard rejection, do you think we'll be held above 4,200? We don't have a hard rejection. We had a rejection, but then we bounced again. This is probably going up to 42.35 right now. For Jimmy, what's your future view currently? P.S. Are you buying BTU at these prices? No, absolutely not. Future view currently? I don't want to get into it. I don't care. It's garbage. Cohen's a fucking moron. You taunted the bulls. How? Any interest in MSTR puts? I don't see BTC keeping this up. No. If BTC gets their ETF approval, they're gonna, or continues to get ETF approvals, they're gonna find all kinds of greater fools to pile in. Still about 20 more minutes that this could push up. 20, 30 more minutes. Sorry, I've been gone a while. So are you currently still in? Yeah. This is a different WeBull account. You're watching Beyond at all? I mean, I see it. I'm not I'm not particularly excited about its price action though. Bond auction in 15. Yeah, but it's not duration, right? It's just like the 3 and 6 month today. Yeah. Feels like de-risk and sell calls. I could be wrong though. Well, if they break 35, they're gonna squeeze out the short calls that piled up when we were trading at 42.25, and that can push us higher. So they'll either get rejected around here and put sellers will come in harder, or put buyers will come in harder, or we'll push up and squeeze out the short calls. Sunday stream promised downs. We had those. Where were you? Sleeping? What strikes did you say you thought sold calls were coming in? 30 and 35. You buying calls if we break 35 then? Yeah, I probably would. Hmm, 35? Yeah, I'd probably buy some at 35. I'd add at 40. What's the week low for VIX? I have no idea. This is a new week. But if you mean, what was the low last week? 2042. Low this week is 2044. 43. People with proper straddles and strangles should be rejoicing. If you're mad, you didn't position properly. Probably not, but most people don't position for upside when they're positioned for downside, and they don't position for downside when they're positioned for upside. I mean, I already cut my calls on the straddle, but I'm fine with it. I almost top ticked the bottom, so Although I am now unexposed to the upside, which could be a problem because I have bear calls. Although those are pretty far out of the money. Yeah, I'll have to buy a hedge if we break 35, I think. Just stop being poor, losers. Sub 4,200 off the table this week now that we've had this massively bullish day, right? Today's up 25 BPS. I wouldn't call it massively bullish. It just recovered. That doesn't mean it's going to stay here. That doesn't mean they're going to find upside liquidity. That doesn't mean bond yields are going to stop rising. There's 42.35. Yep. I'm still selling puts. Pick up a couple calls. That wasn't me, I swear. Thanks for your teachings about short-dated calls. Nice. Smart. Ooh. 30 years about to fall under 5. Bigger bounce? Is it possible they push above 43.60 by end of day? Yeah. For 42.60 or 43.60? 42.60, sure. 43.60 is ridiculous. This is very overextended. Well, they haven't squeezed out the short calls yet. All right, ES is tested 42.63. It's a much bigger wick on ES than we got on SPX. So all of this morning's drop filled in now. If we break 4263 on futures, we're looking at like a 4278.50 test to the upside, which is roughly, it's gonna be like pretty close to SPX, like 4255. The fact that this is still moving up, it's interesting. Still like 10 minutes more at least on upside before the momentum starts to shift. This is an awful lot this early in the day. What kind of continuation can we expect on Jimmy? I need to cut CSPs. Well, if indexes bounce, it'll keep going up. As a guy with long hair, is your cap really more comfy to wear the whole day rather than just tying it in a knot? One of the reasons I like wearing the hat is it blocks the fucking light from hitting my eyes all day. They're about to get VIX below 20. Insert JFresh cat peen slab. Yeah, or this fails. And put buyers come back in. This can still fail. We haven't squeezed out the short calls yet. I mean, I kind of hope they do, because I bought too much GME, but I still have cuts, so. Wait, you have long hair? It's moderately. It's not that long. It's like not quite at my shoulders. I just got that big position I wanted because I gotta peace out for a while, and this bounce isn't a threat to me. Hashtag fuck the bulls. Hashtag hedges belong in the yard. Super bearish if they fail here, right? No, we need to lose 42.12 again. But bearish if we lose 42.12 again. What would a gamma position be? On which side? Alright, like few strikes out of the money. Short expiry. It's like zero out of the money, zero DTEs would be like a position that would benefit a lot from gamma. It's like trading here like a 42 like 55 or like a 42.10. You can kind of see where gamma drops off if you just look at the options pricing, right? See where the gamma starts to like fall off, the options start to get a lot cheaper. If those options get at or in the money, the gamma on them will pick up significantly, right? As they become more and more sensitive to changes in delta. So those are that's how you like kind of like scalp, or how you would scalp gamma. I hate bulls, but I hate bears that can't hold a position even more. Well, a lot of the bearish positioning that was on the chain this morning, right, was bought Friday before we dropped, 100 BPS. So the fact that they took profits isn't, unthinkable. Where would the short call squeezing be able to take this? If they squeeze out, we can move up to like 42.55. Is there any better stock across the market to be in right now than GME? Probably any of them. Hmm. We got like 5 minutes before this turns around. Well, it starts to. There's a big whopper strike. Yeah. Hmm. CTD. Thank you so much, man. Nice peeners. How you been, man? I haven't seen you around in forever. Historically, what day this post-OPEX week should GME peak? It should start running on Tuesday or Wednesday. If it doesn't, then it's dead. I'm just gonna strangle this. Yep. What's happening to volume? It's dry as heck out here. It's a little dry. Volume should start to pick up again in a minute, though. Siri look good? Rarely. Maybe. Moving up a little bit today. Not a shitload of volume, though. 2 million volume. Maybe it's starting to. Does the river run dry? The river's dry as fuck. And if people are buying bonds right now, which they are, the river's running even drier. Ooh, interesting. Well, they're probably going to pull back a little bit today. Shouldn't vol be picking up as bonds tank? No. Bonds, dollar should be moving up, but Bank of Japan's kind of probably keeping that from happening today. Short call's getting squeezed out. They're going to start to. Ooh. What was your expectation? Will GME ever MOASS? MOASS isn't real. Mechanically, it's something that'll never happen. It might run over the next couple days. MOASS could have happened in Jan of 21. It could have happened in June, too. GME 350 was MOASS. OPEX is kind of still up in the air. The borrow rate's not climbing. Even though liquidity looks really good, XRT is back on reg show, and so that could be that could either be bullish or bearish, depending on how indexes react over the next couple of days. Well, here's the thing though, if the bond market starts pricing down, the Fed's going to raise rates again, right? Because they're not going to have that like effective quantitative tightening. And inflation's still going up. Sold calls get squeezed out? Nope. You'll know when they get squeezed out. It's not going to be like a fucking mystery. And there's sold calls at 40 too. Port down 20% from the morning. Too over leveraged to the downside? Possibly, or you didn't take profits. when you were up. Is that what happened? I just came in. It seems the pickle jar was right to be bullish. I mean, today's price action so far has been mostly bearish. We dropped 90 BPS and now we're up 30. Hmm. Ooh, I don't think I like that rejection. It's crazy that people can't even remember pre-market open. Yeah, the dabs. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah.
If we get a ceasefire in any of the wars, with equities rocket for a short amount of time, yeah, because risk premium will get pulled off. This is another 500 BPS bounce in the making. I mean, most of our upside today is still driven by quick capitulation, right? So, I don't think this is particularly bullish. There's not like a lot of out of the money fall Yeah, I fixed it. What? Fish me my 401k out of equities. I think I confused the rep. She said people your age don't do this. So I think you actually taught me something. Well, I mean, for most financial advisors, they recommend that when you're younger that you stay with growth, despite the drawdowns. So your 401k rep might just be an idiot. They were 0.2 away from VIX sub 20. Confirmation that the writer's strike is over. All right, well, stopped out of the call side of the strangle. I hope the put side prints. That'd be fucking dope. Ooh. Dole up 3%. It's a goddamn... It's a goddamn fortress. Just want a moon. Yields are climbing back up again. Express has some negative beta going on. It might have some covering. It's been long enough. $42.35 is now support. No, I don't think so. Actually, we could have a pretty protracted period of downside here if this keeps up. Ooh. I wish I could sell covered calls on my house. It's called Airbnb. What did Meta do? Hmm. Yeah, but we're shorting that. True. Doing some cover calls by comparing them to Airbnb. Okay, maybe now I sell my booking calls. Hmm. Are we breaking down or is this just a call entry? It's the start of a breakdown. I think the better question is the breakdown going to continue? Maybe. Hmm. Let's see if ES loses 42.50. That seems like an important level. This 42.45 is more important. Yeah, 42.45. Oh fuck, I need this to move a lot harder to print these puts. Dork, I bought the puts too far out of the money. Is Jimmy being oversold and having an RSI under 30 a good sign for positive price action? No. It just tells you Jimmy's been going down for a long time. Like, RSI is fucking irrelevant. It just means all the candles before now were red. If you dare get a bounce. Last one, my left hand is itching again. Hmm. Still a big fucking put wall at 42.40, 42.50. Yeah, we need to lose 30 to continue to the downside. But if we lose 30, we can drop like all the way to 42.10 really fast. Not, yeah, not much fucking resistance to the downside. This is a crashing market. The definitive indicators are there. This is the bullshit before the drop. Oil is doing the batshit chop right before it starts to moon in inverse equities, which are getting super telegraphed now because they've closed 1/3 of the backwardation on the 6-month time horizon in one day. That's fucking insane volatility, Dunkston. Yeah, okay. I could a little bit. I mean, I agree that we're in a crashing market. But that just means all of our moves are going to shift overnight, right? What upside resistance break would you cut QQQ puts from the failed straddle for next Friday? I have some data, but kind of on the fence. From a failed straddle for next Friday. I don't know what the resistance and support levels on QQQ are. What strike are you straddled at? Overnight's where the fun happens. Yeah. I have a feeling that we're starting a long series of like 100 BPS drops into bear flag all day time, and it's going to be interesting. 355. My call got cut early. 357.50 is kind of an important resistance on QQQ. So is 358.50. Depending on your theta and your cost basis, like both of those could be like viable risk off levels. Is this still breaking down? Very, very slowly, but yes. The problem is at the peak here, they could reverse the breakdown if they were to go much, much longer on calls very, very rapidly. Let's see, right now there's still some put selling going on. I failed to squeeze out the short calls before, so I'm gonna try again, I guess. Going ham on puts when VIX is below 20. Time to lose another port. Make sure you have time for all the bullshit. Because there's going to be a lot of, especially this week, there's going to be a lot of bullshit. We have a ton of data. And we have 4 mega cap earnings. Hypothetically, in a correction crash, what would be the best way for small accounts to profit? Straddles overnight, strangles. Debit spreads during the day. Yeah. Weeklies upon confirmation of a trend. Probably can't afford weeklies on a small account. You mean like 0 DTEs? Let's buy all their puts. I mean, someone's buying them, right? Down 20% so far on the puts, 30% down overall. So I use those prices you mentioned as my critical drops. Or you could just re-enter the call side. Like I said, I don't know how much data you have, but it sounds like your puts are already pretty far out of the money. It might not be worth it. 355. It's at 367 right now. Yeah, it might not be worth it. Hold on. I'm back. The stove didn't fit. So consolidation, bounce, rejection, consolidation, and bounce again. They still haven't squeezed out the sold calls. Not that they aren't trying. $2 20-minute timestamp. Thank you, crypto. They smash it into your counter 17 times before deciding it wouldn't fit. No, just like 3. They're still selling calls, Dork. I don't know. This is weird. Selling more out of the money calls. I mean, they got a fucking massive put wall at 42.50. So I guess they're just banking on that, holding it down. I mean, we're not in a positive gamma environment, though. Well, I get what you're saying. Hmm. 5 minutes still hasn't failed yet. I get the feeling that if this fails, it will fail hard. Am I wrong here? I don't think so. If we lose 42.30, the downside could be pretty rapid. Yeah. So there's it's kind of a bit of a. So it looks like futures are. This looks distributive. More so on futures than SPX, but yeah. I've elected not to sell my QQQ puts quite yet. They're for next Friday, November 3rd. And the last time I sold like this, 2 hours later, we tested new lows for the day on QQQ. I mean, I'll tell you this much. QQQ is probably going to remain resilient and act as a stabilizer to SPX for the next couple of days because of mega cap earnings. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go up a lot more from where it currently is, but it's probably not going to fall that hard either. It kind of looks like they were planning on a 200 BPS bounce on the test of 4200 after squeezing out the short calls, and all they got was this. I mean, they definitely want to squeeze out the short calls, but yeah, they're not having a lot of success. At least not yet. And if we lose 35-30 again, then they'll have failed. The problem with trying to squeeze out the short calls and getting stuck here is that they've just incentivized more call selling. But that also makes me think there's just not a lot of bulls today. Yeah, the day is definitely far from done. Does the fact that they have to short vol to get ups hurt their attempts to squeeze short calls? Yeah. I mean, the nature of the environment we're in makes it hard to pump that way anyway, right? Because you're trying to use like short dated call leverage and longer dated puts. So here you have a lot of gamma, but you're selling the delta. And so if you kind of burn out on momentum, it becomes very, very hard to pick it back up again. That's why they need the short capitulation to drive the upside quickly, because gamma keeps increasing as we go up, right? But once that momentum dies off, the market makers net negative gamma and delta, right? So then you have to fight back against the market maker selling into every downtick, and that's really hard to do. In a positive gamma environment, you don't have to worry about it because the market maker hedges your downside for you, right? They're buying the drops. And so all you have to do is push back against them so you can build up big piles of like out of the money zero DTEs and just pump all the way through them. But in this environment, that's really difficult. It's not that they're scared. I mean, it's just mechanically hard to continue pushing up. And then if you have someone selling delta above you, yeah, and keeping the price stable, not only do they short vol, which increases people's desire to buy puts at a cheaper price, but they're stabilizing the price, which means people are more attracted to puts anyway. So the longer you stall out, the more time you give like bearish positioning to build back up after they took profits. Then as we drop, the puts they sold like zero DTE have to start, like they have to go long those puts as the price drops, right? Because they got to start buying them back. And that accelerates the downside from the point that they pumped to. Ooh, there we go. Pair time red candle might be starting. I'd like a little more. Okay, that's better. I want to lose futures 42.45. If we lose 42.45 on futes, I guess that's like 42.24, 42.23 SPX. But if we lose that, woo boy. Dork, the other side of the strangle is gonna prompt. I didn't fuck up. Well, maybe I did. I probably still fucked up, but prompt. I bought 4250s and 4210s. I thought I was buying 4220s. They weren't. They weren't 4220s. Distracted by these dipshits in my kitchen. Risk is so fucking expensive. Yeah. Those are basically the same thing. No, they're not. No, I'm up like 1% on them now. Don't denigrate the handyman. They make more than you do. I don't know what they make. Those dipshits in the kitchen, can't they hear you through the paper thin walls? Probably, but they're fucking morons. They're trying to put a big cube in a small cube space. I don't even think they're in the apartment right now, but I, I hope they are. Like, you didn't need a measuring tape to see that the oven they brought wasn't gonna fucking fit. It was like 150% larger than the hole they were trying to stick it in. You're gonna take a dump in your oven? I didn't order it. The fucking management company did. They just forgot that they haven't remodeled my apartment since like 1975, and there is no space for a prosumer kitchen. So they probably ordered the same oven that they stick in all the other apartments. Except that's not going to work in mine because I have like a shitty 1980s oven. We can't all use our peens for measuring large objects. Just tell your kitchen to relax and it'll fit. uh, yeah, I am dork. I think. Right. Is that Chad? On the 5 seconds? Was that put capitulation or how did they turn it around? Market maker dumping a hedge, but we'll see. It might just keep going down here. these kind of bounces on the back end of like distribution don't tend to be very long lived. Hmm. 12:30. Still need to drop below 42.30 to get any movement. Put buying's picking up a little bit. The 10-year's back at 4.865. It's an inverse correlation in bonds is ridiculous. Do you have any thoughts on IWM for the next 30 days or so? No, not really. 30 days. Hmm. I would say still pretty bearish on it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Mag 7 pump is real. How can it be expected to perform versus QQQ and earnings? I mean, I don't know if you should really compare it to QQQ. It's probably better compared to like Dow. It's just more volatile. Yeah, I wouldn't say it looks very good. It looks like it could continue to fall off. I don't think like 150 or 140 are like out of the question, but it may take some time to get there. Over this month? I'm not too sure. Let me look at positioning on it. I don't really pay that much attention to Russell unless it has like a really strong signal. Uh so right now, if Russell drops below 162, it's gonna start crashing. Like fast. I'm not sure that that's not gonna happen, but if we do get a rally, it's probably gonna move back up towards like 174 over the next, I would say, like 2 or 3 days. And then you'd be looking for a rejection there to enter on the short side for the longer term. Fuck, man, Russell looks terrible. Seems like bulls are finding a defensive position here above 42.30. Well, if we go below 42.30, price will just start slipping to the downside. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense that they want to try to defend that. It doesn't look like they're ready to blow up their Vega risk at 4,200 just yet. Found an investment opportunity that feels like it should be illegal, but it's not. I build practices for doctors as part of my job, and I just found out I'm allowed to be their landlord for the office. Okay. I mean, you need to own the property, though, right? Or just manage it. Well, GME looks like it actually has a shot to go for 14 this year. Apple's about to be green on the day. What the fuck? Infinibid. Apple's gone up 176 BPS intraday. Totally not a meme stock. You're right, it's a shit coin. GME is part of the Russell 1000 value index, which is arguably the most boring fucking index in the world. A, B, and B has some crazy swings. What are your thoughts on a re-entry of another bear put spread or bear call spread? So ABB, there's some profit taking into the end of last week. Not just me, but a lot of people. Uh, Hold on. Yeah, so I mean, it's like kind of bouncing right off like our old PT. So obviously, like you would look for rejections like either here or at 130. Maybe right here also. Or you could, add on rejections as it moves up. You'd have to hedge the upside. But yeah, that's what I'd be looking for. I'd be looking for rejections at like 122 or 126 or 130. Probably have time to confirm them. And then yeah, I'd probably just take bear calls and you could either retarget 116 or you could try to target like 110, 107, 104, depending on how much theta you wanted to get. If Russell dies, won't that drag Fubo even with OPEX? It could, yeah. But like I said, if the market moves up, Russell, like IWM's probably going to test 174 before it drops again. Or close to 174 before it drops again. Any chance we go for a low of the day? Or if bulls have enough of a grip today? I don't think we're going to fall back under 4,200 today unless we get some serious downside leverage. But I don't think like a retest of like 4220 or 4210's out of the question. They're still fighting really hard to try to squeeze out the short calls, but none of these attempts have been successful yet. And eventually they're gonna fail, right? Future sellers are gonna build up to the downside, and then yeah, it'll drop and they'll fucking pile in. It's easy to do a PMCC on doctor's offices if you don't already own the properties. Options trading. So you what, rent it, set it up, and then sublet it? Putting Jimmy on the value index is actually some pretty hilarious trolling. It benefited the vol shorts. The move to Russell 1K was not pretty for Jimmy. Give me VIX 1950 one more time. We could, but we gotta break 4200, and that's tough. So I kind of think this could break down, retest 20 or 40, like 40, well, maybe like 4212, right? And then we'll see if puts pile into tomorrow, and then we could get a continuation. But right now, they're driving yields into the fucking dirt, trying to stabilize this above 4200. Dollar's down hard today. They're pumping the fuck out of the Mag 7. I remember the last time we tested lows like this. I mean, this is our lowest low of the period, but or this morning was. But the last time we tested lows like this, we bounced like 200 BPS in a day, and today we're only up 36. Remember that Friday when we were reversed off 4200 like a fucking rocket? They have GME 25, June 24, and Fubo 5, Jan 25. How would you hedge these? I suppose I would sell calls against them on runs. They killed Jimmy with boredom. Yep, that's all it took. I just realized Airbnb means air, bed, bath, bed and bath, because you book it over the air. Jesus Christ. The pumper's stable here is positioned very at risk. Well, they'd be a lot better off if they could squeeze out the calls. Is there a Mag 7 only ETF? No, but there's probably, I mean, SPY. I think there's like some ETFs that are like the top 50 components of SPI or of S&P. QQQ, yeah. I'm pretty fucking blown out. It's ridiculous. What the hell is that? Are you going to be playing any earnings this week? Not directly, no. Although I don't think Apple's earnings are going to be very good. We'll probably see more EPS fall off, lower sales, and some margin compression. Yeah, it did. I mean, that's not too bad. You still have a ton of time. Blasphemy? Have you not seen the new iPhone? It's made of titanium. Who gives a shit? Doesn't mean anyone's buying it. I don't know who would buy these companies at 30 plus PE the week of earnings. Everybody already owns them. So puts should be being bought? No. I mean, not yet, but as we get closer to earnings, yeah. So far, the reported earnings for S&P of like the 90 whatever companies that have reported have not been very good. Girk, buybacks? Yeah, buybacks have an effect. But that's just gonna, what are they gonna stabilize their margins against like contraction? How much are they gonna be able to offset? And even if they could, like, it's not gonna change the fact that all the companies not doing buybacks are gonna see earnings and margin contraction, right? Well, who the fuck wants to buy something at like 20x earnings with like a forward earnings yield of 5% when the 30-year or the 10-year is at 5% and the 30-year is at 5%, right? What's the fucking point? So you're gonna buy equities and take risk versus risk-free returns of equivalent value. 0.01% dividends. Where do I sign up? Hmm. Ugh, another failure? What do ports complain about buybacks? I don't know. PacWest has earnings pre-market tomorrow. Any thoughts of it blowing up? Why are they going to blow up on earnings? Having a shitty balance sheet? Sure, but that doesn't mean they're going to blow up on earnings. I'm really fucking hungry now. I wonder if those guys left. Order food? Ugh. I'm trying not to buy so much fucking DoorDash. It's just not very good. Like having food delivered to you that's been steamed for 30 minutes inside its like plastic container. I'm kind of over it after 2 years. I'd rather just go places and eat things. I'm a social butterfly. I need to spread my wings. A gap up at 12:39 p.m. on SPX made me think they were about to pump again, especially when ES volume spiked. But then no one bought. I was just kind of dead now. That's been the story on the last 4 pumps to the upside today. Just make yourself a shit ton of overnight oats and live off that until you have a 6-pack. So I just have a continuous stream of solid feces coming out of me. That sounds awful, dork. Oat shits are amazing. Fucking colon's gonna be squeaky clean after a week. Resistance will be reduced to a pipeline that converts oats into poo. I mean, if you eat enough overnight oats, it just won't even convert them anymore. Thanks, retrocognition. You have a bidet. Yeah, but it's not like a laser. It's not gonna. It's not gonna like chop it in half. It's recycling. You become a human rabbit. My December spy puts are at risk now. Still up like 50%, but I don't want to lose more profits. Thoughts on rolling to Jan versus holding out this week? I still think we fail 4,200 before Theta chunks. Jesus Christ, we're only like $40 above 4,200. And you're freaking out over December spy puts? I mean, sell something against them or take profits or hedge your upside. A water jet bidet? Would a QQQ straddle or strangle be better to capture this week's earnings vol? I have SPX Jan puts, and I want something closer. Straddles on QQQ are probably fine. Just keep a pair of tongs by the toilet. I'm gonna just get those giant cooking chopsticks. You can still CCs on your bidet. If you do the oat diet, you won't be needing that anymore. Are people actually just eating nothing but overnight oats every day? That can't provide balanced nutrition. How much longer can they pump this? Since they haven't stopped since we opened. Well, it wasn't exactly open. It was like 15 minutes after open. But yeah. I don't know. The rest of the day. Maybe tomorrow and Wednesday also. You don't just become skinny on an exclusive diet of overnight oats. You become emaciated. That's I mean, everything about it sounds awful to me. If you put milk in, you get your protein and AD and enough BC vitamins from the oats. That's definitely not enough protein. Even if you ate like a giant bowl 3 times a day, you're gonna end up with what, like a quarter of like 0.25 grams of protein per pound of body weight. So you're a 200-pound dude. Just add steak to your oats? Ew. Put sausage in my oats? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Make overnight oats with Greek yogurt. That's still not super high in protein. Lose tons of weight. Unfortunately, half of it will be your muscles wasting away. Sounds like it. It's illegal to eat them out of a bowl. They have to be eaten out of a mason jar. I tried putting my sausage in overnight oats with mixed results. Is this why you started manscaping so much? You got tired of finding hairs in your overnight oats? Pumpers win here? Unfortunately, not yet. Anything interesting happened today? We opened really low. And then we bounced really hard. There's definitely something wrong with the audience you attract. If this has been the topic for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, I know. It's awesome, isn't it? No, I don't have 3 seashells in my bathroom. Haggis? Ew. I've been inspired to make an Odie meatloaf. Thanks. Don't do it, man. You guys are so uncultured. Stop listening to these idiots. The best way to include protein for your overnight oats death diet is ortolan bunting. Fuck the Europores and their laws. Fire the Armagnac. What's with everybody talking about ortolan? Isn't it illegal to eat that? Very illegal. It's like a tiny songbird that they like roast and then you eat it with all its bits still inside it. Hard pass. Yeah, I agree. Is it realistic to have held through this price action? Probably not. I rebought the call side of my strangle um a little bit above where I sold it, so not exactly a win, but feeling better about it now. God, this is some stupid shit. Oh, looks like we might get that test of 4278 we talked about earlier. There's nothing I love more than going up on rapidly declining volume, dork. I didn't make fun of anyone calling for a bounce today. The first thing I did yesterday was outline a way in which we could bounce today. Should I cut my put losses? Like fucking 60 BPS ago. It's not a red shirt, it's maroon. Or purple. I think it might actually be purple. So you don't think we stop 42.50? Likely to go to 42.75. No, we're testing 42.75 on futures, which is a little bit higher than 42.50 on SPX. It's like 42.55. Ooh, yeah, I see. Big Dow pumpies. Buying up the breadth, dork. December puts enough theta to hold through this? I mean, are you hedged? If you hedge the upside, sure. If not, probably not. You did a whole bit about people having inverse logic. Come on now. Yeah, it's because it's stupid. Everyone's bullish because too many people are bearish, and then everyone's bearish because too many people have gotten bullish because other people are bearish. It's just a dumb fucking train of logic that ends nowhere. The fact of the matter is we opened like almost 100 BPS down today. What's the range on this? We're getting close to the long-term trend on futures. We're like $1 away, $2 away. If it breaks that, 4,300. And then we get an OPEX. Maybe. I like the pressure. About calls so your puts can print? I don't really care. I have calls. What does this move do for your end of week goal? What was the end of week? I don't even remember. 41.15. Nothing. I mean, that's not my goal anymore. I mean, it was never my goal, right? It's just a fucking, like, a projection based on the data that we had Saturday night. But I'm not, like, positioning for that shit. If we didn't bounce this morning, we would have kept going down. That's kind of the way it works. Do we crash? I mean, not today. Maybe overnight. We'll see if yields start picking back up again. Right now, yields are getting hammered. The 20 and 30 are down 200 BPS. 10-year is down like 160. $250 is a big put wall, but there's also a lot of short puts at 250. Is the call chain blown out? I mean, they could always buy more. No. There's I mean, they could squeeze out short calls all the way up to like 265. There's resistance on futures here, which is relevant, but as far as the SPX options go, there's more room. Okay, so a little bit of de-risking here, maybe. Stopped out of calls again. Hmm. 42.30 possible, or have we entered a new range? It depends on how hard this fails. No, I don't think we've entered a new range. But we've run into more negative interest to the upside. I do think sub 42.25 is looking less and less likely right now. You know, it doesn't look like they've squeezed out a lot of the 35 and 40 calls. They squeezed out some, but not a lot. Yeah, just a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so a little bit of loss of momentum here, but If call buying continues, then we can move up higher. So we'll see if we get a breakdown. Can't they stabilize at 250? They could, yeah. It really depends on how they reposition here now that we've moved up. They're just pumping it level by level, so they're not really adding a lot of like leading interest. We're keeping GameStop on a tight leash. A little bit. They're still shorting GameStop pretty hard, actually. Although I doubt they've had to short it enough to tick up the borrow rate. Has the borrow rate gone up on GME at all today? Not Fidelity, IBKR. It was like 2.04 this morning. No. $1.8 now, so it's down. Hmm. XRT. GME's up 0.88. Series up 1%. Fubo's starting to move up. 1 o'clock. Yeah, I think they just keep pumping the bear flag into the end of the day. There's no reason for them to stop, right? Is the bar rate semi-discretionary? I mean, it's, yeah, but there's competition in the market, right? So, yes and no. Calls are getting cheaper too. Why not pump? I don't think I'm gonna get another call entry here though if they keep pumping. So I hope it gets a little pullback. I'd prefer a bigger pullback than the other side of my strangle can print, but a little pullback would be okay too. The call side scalps just really aren't fucking worth it though, especially when VIX drops alongside it. Maybe on the next one I'll just sell fucking in the money puts. What would you do with a SPY 420 put for November 17? I'm up 100%, but I'm not sure what to do after this day. Today's not over yet. I mean, this is the ever-present issue in the pickle jars. Everybody's focused on one day of price action instead of the longer run. Like I have November 17 puts that are up. I don't give a shit about them right now. Like I'm not worried about their potential to print at all. Right? Like a break up to the like prior risk level is not a big threat. Even if we like pushed up to like 4,300, that doesn't really change the macro environment, right? It's simply SPX is slightly higher. I mean, when you're buying like November and December puts, Why are you getting shaken out on like 1 day's move? Like, what the fuck was the point of buying theta? Why didn't you just buy like a 0 DTE put and then sell it? We got a call, credit, and put debit spreads on SPX for Jan. I'm not really watching this price action as long as it's less than 4,300. 3 words: spreads are awesome. Yeah, spreads are super cool. But even without spreads, like why buy theta and then back out immediately? Like the first little drop. It's not like we've recovered like 300 basis points and the market's rocketing to the moon, right? We've basically mean reverted to like Friday's high on a bounce that was mostly driven by put capitulation, right? This wasn't like people going long as fuck. This was just people taking profits on puts that were in the money this morning. I made a lot of mistakes cutting long dated stuff early this year. I mean, this is the question you should ask yourself. Does today's price action fundamentally change your thesis that the market is going to go down over the period of time that you bought puts for? If it doesn't, then why would you close your put? Like, you can hedge. Don't get me wrong. You should absolutely hedge. You should protect your upside. You should sell theta against your put that's staying out of the money. But like, nothing is fundamentally different about today than Friday. Yields are a little lower, but like the fucking 30 years still at like 4.97, right? It's not like the 30 years like backed off down to 4% or something like that. Dollar's still at like 105.60. So even if there's a brief day of turnaround, that's not gonna stop the gears that are already in motion. Are they still buying more calls here? They haven't really been buying a lot of calls at all today. They've mostly just been selling puts. There's calls that go all the way up to like 42.65, but there's not a ton of them. There's just a few. It's largely just a lot of put selling off of the back of put capitulation, right? So most of our upside price action today has been driven by puts closing that were in the money. I think we just grind down where they try to control vol. That's usually how it goes. Well, I'm glad I capitulated on my puts. It was a good time. I mean, like I closed shorter dated shit this morning. We fucking opened down 100 BPS. Like 99% of the time, if the market opens up or down a huge amount, like 70, 80, 90, 100 BPS, it's going to reverse because everybody who carried shit overnight is going to pull back, right? They're going to all take profits and then reposition throughout the rest of the day. Yeah, but Black Monday, but we didn't keep going down, right? We bounced. Like once we were back at the gap, that was a pretty good sign that like we were going to pressure the gap. We didn't fail it. We kept pushing up through it. So, I mean, there's fucking indicators, right? What was the bull test for today on ES? So we tested the bull test and then we just failed it. And we didn't break below the bear confirm, right? Did we? Ah, maybe we did. No, we didn't, right? What fucking level was that at? 4210? Yeah, we did a little bit. Actually, no. We tested the bear confirm. And then we bounced off it. So the levels are, I mean, the levels are holding up. Are we actually breaking down now? Maybe. VIX is starting to climb. It's a good sign. Still need to lose 4230. Yeah, it's a solid rejection. It confirms at 42. The rejection will confirm at 42.63 ES, which is still like $4 down. But it's a good start. It's starting to look more bearish on the 5-minute. The 15-minute hasn't really turned around substantially yet. Well, at least I'll get another call entry. Worst case scenario. If we break down, I played the best straddle of my life. Nice. I got out of the call side of my straddle way earlier today. Like I closed it like right after we filled the gap. All you need to know in this scenario to keep holding puts is that QQQ VWAP is 1% below it, which is hilarious on an index. Yeah, well, don't assume that tech won't continue to pump through earnings this week, because it probably will hold far more stable than SPX. At least till after, like, Microsoft and Google report. Microsoft and Google are first, right? Yeah, tomorrow. And also VIX is at like 20, right? So intraday, you can kind of expect our range to be, like 125 up and down, right? From 0%. This is gonna keep happening every day as we move forward, and as volatility climbs up, it's just going to get worse. So you get into like a VIX like 32 environment, and you've got a 400 BPS trading range on the intraday. Think about that. That means from a low of negative 200 BPS to a high of positive 200 BPS in the same trading day. It's like 125 BPS from the prior day's close. Say that in SPX dollars. Big profits, big losses. Yeah. But if Jesus Christ, if every day for the next 6 months is just going to be people whining about every reversal, set fucking stops, take profits, and if you don't have a longer term thesis, don't buy theta. There's no point. Like, don't buy a fucking $5,000 SPX contract to sell it the second we drop 25 BPS. Why would the next 6 months be different than the last 3 years? I don't know. I expect people to get better at this. I've personally never been more bullish in my life. Weird. I know. But, hmm. Volatility is going to make people so much worse at this. Probably, yeah. Pickle jar buys Jan puts, freaks out on 1 minute candle. Yep. Anytime the price is not going the direction of the option they bought. So you're saying lower delta contracts have better opportunities of going in the money in a higher VIX environment? Yes. They also have a better chance of losing all the money they cost, and you're paying an obscene premium on them. So I've lost out on considerable profits due to not loosening stops with increased vol, but I haven't lost any, so there's that. That's winning though, right? As long as you're not losing money. Who gives a shit if you miss out on profits? Just don't lose the money you have. Live to fight another day. Yeah, no shit, the market maker's pricing it in. My $30 out of the money puts that I bought earlier, Dork, were like $2.75. They're not $2.75 anymore, but they were $2.75. Since the bar rate isn't going up, is GME OPEX run this week less likely? Not necessarily, but I mean, it's a factor that we would prefer to have. Like, we would like to see the borrow rate going up as confirmation that there was going to be an OPEX run. There is a lot of interest in the lending pool, which is a good sign, and we may not get a borrow rate increase, right? If enough of retail is finally sold off, then the lending pool might be liquid, kind of like it was back in 2021, right? And if the lending pool is sufficiently liquid, there's no reason for the borrow rate to go up. Also, XRT's on reg show, so they can short the fuck out of GME without really hitting the borrow rate right now. And that kind of complicates things. Usually XRT comes off reg show before OPEX. It doesn't usually go immediately back on. So the fact that it's on reg show kind of makes this a little different than prior OPEX periods. Yeah, that's fucking insane. I know. Well, the calls were $3.90, but at least those went in the fucking money. So, I mean, I guess the puts are paid for, but I would prefer a larger drop in order to sell them at a slightly higher premium than they're currently worth. I don't have any SPX Jan 25. Ew. Yeah, I would never buy that much theta on an index. No, never. I have 20. I have Jan 24. Uh, like 36, 34, 32. I think I saw some 3,800, but those are like Vega plays, right? I bought those because I didn't want to go long VIX, but I wanted exposure to increased volatility. Genie 18 would be nice. Yeah, that'd be cool. Has Jimmy ever ran when XRT was on Reg Show? Yes. At least once that I know of. But let's not talk about that because people are stupid. Did you buy a Jan 25 contract on SPX or have a kid that you had to take care of until Jan 25, then the kid disappears? I would buy the SPX contract. Holy fuck, what? You have goodies? Time to bounce? Has whoever's been buying bonds started running out of money yet? No. Gross. Oh, I like that. Let's do that one, dork. No Jan 25 SPX options, but you have a 27 12,000C. That was for fun, Dunkston. No one's ever gonna buy it if Rova spikes, right? Who the fuck needs to hedge that? Like, Salesforce downgraded on AI monetization concerns. It's finally happening, Girk. Is the bubble popping? I think maybe people are finally realizing that AI doesn't actually make money. Reg show could have been used to keep prices down for OPEX. XRT could be covered during OPEX. If it goes high enough, it'll be a good spot to short from. Yeah, I'm not saying that the XRT inclusion isn't necessarily bullish. It's it's happened a couple times in the past. Not quite in the same way. Usually we'll see on like really big OPEXs, we've seen XRT get reg showed during the covering, but having it on reg show before any covering occurs, I think has only happened one other time, and that was in Feb of 2021. ETFs are FUD. Yeah, that's true. Have they been pumping long enough that they're finally risking off? Well, either that or they just can't pump anymore. No more, no more puts left to capitulate. I think SPX can round trip today, or are they stabilizing up here? I mean, VIX is still above 20, so, well, almost above 20. So it could. I still want to see us lose 42.30 though. You don't think we could go uppies from here short term? I mean, we can. Just probably not a lot more today. There's just like not that much positioning, right? And then they just fucking eased off all of the sold calls again on this drop. Puts are getting bought again at like 40, 35, 30, and 25. Dow lost all its pumpies, also RSP, so breadth is failing. Ooh. Yeah. That's not good. Yields are moving up a tiny bit. I'd still like to see Dixie and yields move harder, though. Historically speaking, since we didn't crash today, does that mean no crash until next OPEX? No. So, we might be up on the intraday today so far. But the big gap downs overnight, if those continue, that's very, very bearish. So actually, the pattern we're seeing today is also kind of indicative of a market crash. This like massive drop into open, and then the uptrend through the intraday. These tend to be followed by more massive drops into open. I'll show you guys. I'm not saying this is definitely happening, but it's consistent with prior periods of high volatility like that. So, is the 1 hour enough? Yeah, it should be fine. So if you like look here, like this was open, drop, bounce, right? And then open, drop, and then bounce into the end of the day. And as volatility like picked up on these, you started to get a lot of them. And then more and more as volatility picked up to even greater amounts. Sometimes you'd get a sell-off in the middle of the day. But you know, open low, close high. And this kind of went on for like a few days, right? And then you start flipping back to the other trend as it moves down. But you get a lot of this. It's kind of hard to differentiate the individual days here. But you get a lot of like intraday bear flags, right? And then you open lower. And part of that's just like volatility increasing and people selling off overnight. Let me see if I can find another period of like heightened volatility. Like back here, you know, open, trend up, right? And then the next day, like, opens high and trends down, right? But then you open low, trend up. So this kind of shit isn't super uncommon, right? Because puts take profits on massive drops. Even in a more stable market, anytime you have like big overnight moves, you're usually going to have a reversal. Not always, but generally speaking, participants that were correct the prior night are going to want to take profits. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of that today, right? Like we opened down here, now we're trending up. This could fail, right? And then we can fall back again into close because we still have enough time. But even if we don't, like we could keep pushing up and then we could open lower tomorrow. I mean, how high did VIX go up last night? It went up quite a bit, right? $23, yeah. No problem, Taco Man. So overnight moves down. Do you think those are bear pushes? Because if we're offloading of positions, wouldn't it make more sense to do it in the more liquid, regular trading sessions? I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if you want to drive the market down and you're unloading futures in illiquid environments, you're gonna put a lot of pressure on the downside of the market, right? Like you're gonna beat the shit out of that bid. Whereas if you're doing it in the intraday when the market's moderately liquid, um, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot harder to affect that drop in price. VIX was like 3.5%. Is that Dork winning for the week so far? Yeah, Dork's spot on right now. In that sort of environment, would overnight straddles perform really well? Basically, close one leg at open, close the other later in the day for close to net. They're very expensive. When VIX gets to like 25, 30, straddles become unreasonable. You have to move to strangles. You won't be able to get any leverage on straddles. They're way too much money. And then you also risk like vol crush, right? Because you could get in those situations you can get not just like one day of upside, right? Like I mean, some days you'll get like open low, close high, open lower, right? But other times you'll get like open low, close high, close higher, then close lower, right? And so on these moves, VIX can move down a ton, right? You get just huge amounts of volatility shorting. And so, over 3 days, it could crush that other leg, right? And if that's the reversal, your other leg's just fucked. So it's much better to allocate less capital and take strangles, right? Because you're expecting the large BPS moves, so you don't need to worry about having your put and call at the money anymore. Straddles were really good when vol was low, but as vol increases, they become less and less favorable. Zero DT charm favoring bulls here? Mm, providing some resistance, sure. I just don't want to see Jackson message how you doing, Bears, in the Discord. If he does that, just send him this picture. And tell him just fine. Thanks for asking. How about some small positions for November 17, December 29? Just in case something big happens to catch a vol and a price drop. Was I asking a dumb question about buying long-term puts here? No. I mean, vol's kind of high, so they're very expensive. You're definitely paying a big premium on them, and you're gonna need volatility to move up higher. Not that it won't, but you're taking on that risk, right? I feel like this next move is gonna dictate how the week's going to go. But here, I doubt it. I mean, earnings are gonna dictate probably how the end of this week goes. If Apple or Google and Microsoft underperform, it's gonna be really, really bad. What happened to USD JPY? Shot back down to 149. I mean, they probably stepped in a little. They have money allocated to bond buying, like $28 billion last week. So, and they hadn't used it yet. So as we started to risk like 150 this morning, I'm sure they stepped in a little, and that actually provides a little relief for like bulls. How were GME's tips looking? Mm, not not too bad. I mean, GME's definitely still getting shorted, but they're slowly contracting. I got stopped out last week and I didn't get a chance to buy back. I figure I can buy some now and see where this goes. I want to have some exposure, especially with these overnight moves. Fair. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Straddles and stuff would be a better way of doing that, but if you have a hard time managing those, then probably don't. Was 42.55 the top for today? Maybe. Options interest is, I know this is going to come as a shock to some of you, but it's dynamic. So it can change. 42.55 was the top for that run. I'm asking for my 42.30p 0 DTE. I have some of those. We'll see. They can always buy more calls, right? I can't analyze calls that they haven't bought yet. Believe it or not, I don't have a time machine. Does legging into straddles still apply in a higher vol regime, or is the risk of crush too high? No, it still applies. I mean, if you can buy them cheaper, it's better. Since AI is dead, do you think Microsoft will start talking about Taylor Swift to pump their stock? She's all the rage right now. Isn't she signed to Sony? I just want some in case we crash exposure. Okay, that's fair. Artificial intelligence is dead, but artificial retardation is just beginning. If poors can still afford to buy Taylor Swift tickets, QT is not done yet. Alright, I'm gonna get something to eat real fast. I'll be right back. Hmm. Is your kitchen on fire yet? No. But I think those fuckwits finally left for the day. This is how they're slowly going to get you to leave. Maybe. It'd be really effective. You think earnings will be good on most stocks this week? No. So they came up, right? And they showed me the invoice for the fucking oven that they were bringing. And they were like, we need you to sign this. And I was like, okay, but that's not going to fit, right? And the guy's like, it'll fit. I'm like, no, trust me, bro. Have you seen the space? Like, it's not going to fit. And he's like, we install these in this building all the time. It's going to fit just fine. I'm like, all right. So I signed the fucking paperwork, and without coming in and measuring or checking or anything, they went back down to the truck, got the fucking oven, brought it up, and then proceeded to spend 45 minutes trying to jam it into a fucking hole half the size of the oven they brought. Then he left. So now I have no fucking now I have no fucking oven. At least the one I had before had 2 working burners. I tried to save him the trouble. It's called job security. Hey man, those oven installers install those ovens Ace Ventura style all the time. With enough percussive force, you can force any train into any tunnel. I'd fucking hate to be their wives. They can't raise my rent. It's illegal. It's the best. I mean, they actually can, but they can't raise it more than 1.5% above its current value every 5 years. That's why they want me to move out. Because the dipshit agent who leased me the fucking apartment didn't check with the City Hall of Records to make sure that the unit wasn't rent controlled. And so, like, all units before a certain date have either rent control or rent stabilization. So they signed the lease over to me without double checking at like pretty near the COVID lows when everyone was like fleeing out of the city. So they're fucked forever. Yeah, if they get bad enough, I'll just sublet it. I offered them a chance to buy me out, but so far they didn't like my offer, I guess. Can't raise the rent if the tenant paid upfront in advance. Tabs forehead. True. Why did they offer it with the price so low? I mean, at the time, units in the city were going for way under market value. There were like whole buildings that were just fucking empty. So the max they can do is raise your rent by like 0.3% a year. Yep. And they have to offer me like first right of renewal as long as I am paid up on my rent. Are we breaking down now? Still looks like we're above 4230. They have left me ovenless, but if they do it for more than like a day, I'll just call the city and the city will keep fining them until they fix it. A word of advice, don't ever become a New York City landlord. My life's ambition. I would never own property in New York City or LA. It's fine if you live in it. Just don't rent it to people. How much theta would you get on a spy strangle right now? I don't know, probably like 3 DTE. I'm not letting anybody Airbnb my house. Also, didn't they ban Airbnb in New York City? I would never want to be anyone's landlord anywhere. Me either. If the market does exactly what you expect for the next month, what's your time horizon on becoming a billionaire? 10 to 15 years? It's not like I'm going to full port anything. When you change a spread to make it wider, which I almost never do, but go on. Do you calculate your cost basis, including any profit or loss, from before you widened it? Yes. Wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know. My accountant probably does. I don't pay attention. $42.40, a good support for bulls. I mean, it's where they keep bouncing it. They got me, Gork. God damn it. Hold on, I might have a thing. Perfect. What's happening? They stopped out Dork's options. Have your profits to remember them by. Those options were soldiers on the front line of the battle against the Hedgies Navy nuke. I expect you to show them respect. Can we play the Overture of 1812 if the market starts to crash intraday at some point? We did that when they got the Russian missile in Poland. You weren't here, I guess. Fucking Polish puts day was the best. Poland Gate. I had a 42.30 put that I bought for $1.70. Stopped out at $2.50. Nice. I'm still chapped about it. You're gonna be way more chapped if we drop to a 43 or 42.10. Polish puts? I remember Brazilian puts, but not that one. Similar? No. So DC Varix was like, holy shit, someone just shot a missile into Poland from Russia. This was last year. And so I bought a bunch of puts, and the market dropped like 150 BPS intraday before they found out it was just a Ukrainian missile. I mean, you know I'm going to remind you, Dork. Especially if we go to 4210. Oh, none of the earnings tonight are fun. I'm not bringing the bullometer back. Win barometer? That's not how you spell that. Hmm. Dork. I present to you a different V. But what's the best? What's the spot barometric pressure? Dear God. Yeah, and that's why we don't have a barometer. All right, I'll be right back. Hot mic, that's fine. Can you give me reassurance we're going down in the next 2 hours? Absolutely not. Long time listener, first time commenting, I wish. Why not ups on T+2 for Jimmy? Off the plate? Today's not T+2. Make that same comment tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's the beginning of T+2. Hot Mike, how could you speak so rudely to those poor kitchen workers? I'm deeply saddened by your remarks. You mean the two dipshits that tried to shove a giant oven in a tiny hole for 35 minutes? Or the one that argued with me and said it was gonna fit? Some people pay good money for that exact service, but this isn't a Wendy's. Check DM. Oh, you greedy son of a bitch. Wait, is that a tomorrow? Dork, you could lose everything. Now get this. I'm listening. OPEX. But that's a put. Reverse OPEX? I see. Did you just be honest with me? Did you just remember when T+2 was and then buy that put? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Don't those have like data though? Yeah, but closer to the money downside exposure. I don't think you'll lose that much. Well, unless
Unless Vega crushes over, like, Vol crushes overnight. But otherwise, you should be fine. You make more money if we drop today than you will if we drop overnight, I think. Hmm. Draw some TA up in this bitch. Alright. What do you want? You want this one? It's kind of compelling that we slipped the downside. Still haven't lost 4230 yet. You know, the barometric jokes have been going on for like 15 minutes and they've already gotten old. Good time to buy puts or wait. You know how to use a stop loss? Hmm. Dork, it's almost like somebody sold puts earlier, and now on the falling price, they might need to purchase them again or sell more. Holy shit, how are you down 79% already? The fucking price hasn't even moved. Oh, okay. Why would they display it like that's awful? I see. I hope we sell off into close again. That'd be really cool. Maybe the 30-year gets back above 5. Why is Dirk sending you pictures of his inner organs fit for consumption? Mind your own business. If this thing bounces again, I'm gonna focus on tiling the shower. Try again tomorrow. Hmm. Dork, I'm gonna send you this. It'll make you feel better about your thing. And also this. And then anything that you might have with theta, I'll send you this. No, I don't think we've seen very significant de-risking. Hence why VIX is still under 20. Although, if VIX goes above 20, we might see more de-risking. I would say that the de-risking that we saw today, probably around 42.50. At least it kind of looks like it. It's hard to tell because people were buying in the money puts also. Why is Zom drilling so hard? E.g. earnings, Pioneer acquisition merger. Um, Oil's down today. Like almost 300 basis points. That'll usually do it. In this environment, would you do one DT overnight strangles? Maybe if VIX was above like 25, I would. You can do it in a small port, but you have to be really, really fucking good at managing them. Or you need a really big overnight move, right? I bought SPX 0 DTE put spread as revenge for my QQQ puts. Either I win or I just hide my PNL. It's just that simple. All right. Yes, yes, you do. So, Dork, if I gave you this series of events, what would your interpretation be? Fuck! Hold on. Oh. It'd be great if folks actually bought options on GME. I'm thinking about buying back some options on GME. I don't remember what I was saying. I know the mic's hot. It's supposed to be. I'm speaking to everybody. You're about to inject some black tar hopium into my main line? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if I told you that SLD deposits finalized on Monday morning, and then margin would be made available over the settlement period in the following days, what would you think? It's going the wrong way, Gork. It's always going the wrong way for somebody. I think we might get a second SLD. It wasn't Asian, it was laughing. That was the laughing face. Racist. They'll leverage the downside? Impossible. We sold off pretty hard last week. And into this morning. Is it? I don't understand, Stunk. That's okay, Popcorn. Just do what you're doing. It's working. Sell my wide iron condor. 30 DTE. 5x return on risk. Break even with SPX below 4180 circa end of November. This position gets destroyed with an IV spike, but the aim would be to hold until expiry. So you think we trade sideways for like a month? Well, within a pretty narrow range for a month? Or is the middle of your condor at 180? I mean, like, I don't care where the middle of the condor is. Where's the where the legs? Like, where's the cutoff point? Middle's at 180? And how wide is it? Huge gap up on SPY. Nice. 60 cents intraday is a pretty big gap on SPY. It should be far more liquid than that. Take profits on your 42.35s are still holding. I have 42.30s, not 35s. I'm still holding them. I had the middle wrong. 40 50 to 41.65, 175. I mean, it's fine. It's fine if the market goes down. It's probably okay. I could. Here's my problem. If we hit the low end of your condor, you're gonna get blown the fuck out, right? Because that's where the JPM long puts are. So like, we're not just gonna like hang out at 44.50 or 40.50. If we topped it, we would just rock it down. Those don't expire till December. So those have a shitload of delta right now. Every time I open the chart, we've gone down like 20 bips, but then we pump violently back up 20 bips as I watch. What's up, Dork? Rejection, I know. Weird last gasp pumps. I'm drowning in a sea of peen. Oh, is JFresh DMing you? Did he get unbanned? Bull trap. What's up, Dork? Just just show it to me. Don't don't fucking tease me. Ooh. Okay, I like that. It's a delicate dance. I already crashed my shit twice. I closed on my junior position at 25 a few months back. I'm still not sure I'm ready to be hurt again. Yeah, it currently looks like more pain than pleasure, but you never know. Goddamn shills. Look at that shit. Fix back over 20. Welp, never mind. Bet you don't toe ring gang your puts. Probably not. I mean the 4210 probably will get toe ringed. Hmm. Bulls are so obnoxious. Bull trap to bear trap. Yep. Is this gonna rip? I mean, it could. The technical pattern is bullish. It's almost by like pumping every big downtick, they're able to keep volatility relatively flat. It's bullshit. Is what it is. Who's cosplaying as a dentist? Dorcas? Pretty nice inverse head and shoulders back to Friday. Mm, not really. A little bit. It's really sloppy. There's no right shoulder. So there's no buyers. There's no buyers in the upside range, which kind of ruins the potential for it being a head and shoulders, but sloppy shoulder, it's more of like a hunchback of Notre Dame. Like an Igor. Is there an ideal price point to straddle from in the range we're currently in? I mean, usually the answer to that question is the range we're currently in. Are you trying to young Frankenstein me right now? We have picked a direction. For the last hour, we've gone 2 hours. We've gone down. Which way is down? The opposite of up. South? No. Also not starboard. You have Daku's Gamma Max? Probably. $54.11. It looks like a bull flag on the 1 hour chart from today. Assuming you only look at today and ignore all the downs from last week. So you mean a downtrend? I mean, de-risking, no problem, Twat Waffle. It's climbing, by the way, which doesn't look particularly bullish. Some charm fell off it today on short-dated puts, but Gamma Max went up a shitload from Friday. Friday it was at 50, now it's at 54.11. US printed 3 trillion this year, smashed a bunch of banks, slipped into a recession. We're not officially in a recession. And are now thinking about sending 100 billion overseas is a good thing. When crash, Janet Yellen said we can afford both wars. Our economy is robust. Ooh, I got it east. The boat is facing backwards in this scenario. So bulls are fighting not to fall off, basically. Most of today wasn't really driven by pumpers though. I keep saying that over and over again, but I feel like people aren't hearing me. There's some zero DTE call buyers, and there's a lot of put sellers, right? Like people want vol down, but the majority of our upside moves were just puts closing. Are the tips robust? They probably just look really good right now because GME's moving up. Actually, no, they don't. They look kind of the same. GME needs to move up a lot more. Imagine I'm a 3-dimensional point on a 5-dimensional sphere. Which direction is the price heading? If I'm on the equator of the sphere looking forwards and towards the sun, marry the put, date the calls. Well done, Deep Shakur. When you say that the move today was literally only because of pumpers and nothing else, why would they want the market to go up? They should just buy puts. That's the opposite of what I said. Trick question. There's no such thing as a 5-dimensional sphere. Okay, it's west. What's west? Just where you're standing? Drew, write your thoughts about PMI tomorrow? Can I ask this now or just wait for a write up tonight? I'm not gonna have any thoughts. It's fucking PMI. It either comes in higher or lower. One is bullish, one is bearish. I don't know where I'm standing on the equator. You're a three-dimensional being standing on the equator of a five-dimensional sphere. You know exactly where you're standing. You just told me. You are the radii. It's because you're idiots. To take your geometry advice from them. Are you scaling into out of positions on GME as the tips become more robust? No. I just bought some debit spreads on it, and if I can buy back the puts at a slight profit, I'm gonna close them. That's not worth it. It needs to be a slightly greater profit. No, that's a hypothetical. I'm by a bus stop I don't recognize. Uh, I'll call your wife. She can call the home again. The amount of interaction garnered with this conversation is making me feel worse about any comments I've made that were ignored. They weren't, well, think about it this way, Jen Jen. They might not have been ignored. They may have simply gone by unseen. As ES to 4250, end of day, so much to ask. Yeah, don't ask for that. We definitely want ES to go to 4100. 4200? 4200 end of day. That'd be dope. 4250? That would suck. That's not even good. Temporary pump if the mega cap earnings are good. Sure. Can you hold up the market till Wednesday? Maybe? We're going up to end the day, huh? Not necessarily. Where we're trading, we don't care. It's always fun to be a bear. There's a Twitter post that says Putin collapsed and had to be resuscitated. There's nothing better than power vacuums and fascist states. I don't believe it, Fluffy. Either thing. Especially fascist world superpowers with a diminishing influence. Yeah, it's. And nuclear armaments. Are we bullish on or bearish on Putin getting lost at the ethereal bus stop to the underworld? I don't know. It's probably bearish. If we go to the 3,000 plus nuclear warhead count, man, they don't have 3,000 working nuclear warheads. They might have like 5. I know power vacuum's bad, but like maybe not crazy new guy. But crazy new guy is the best setup to take over, right? That's why power vacuums are dangerous. Because they suck in whatever shit is in front of them immediately. Ask the Weimar Republic. I powered up a vacuum once. That was scary. Are you a cat? I once met a power vacuum behind a Denny's. Best $5 I ever spent. Realistically, if this sells off, where do you see the most support? Mm, if we sell off, 42.25. There's still a little ramp to the downside from there, but hard to hit. Please say 4,100. Well, today, no. Who the fuck is buying their garbage up here? Mostly market makers. Nvidia's not up 17 quadrillion dollars. When do we start seeing circuit breakers pop? I'm pretty sure you could go through an entire market crash without a circuit breaker ever popping. I didn't say dollars. It's not up a quadrillion percent either. How's Fubo's liquidity? Dry. Is it 500 BPS an hour or 10% in a day? Yeah, it's ridiculous. You have to hit. I think it's like 7 something percent. I have to check. It's different for indexes. $7%. It halts for 15 minutes. Level 2, if it drops 13%. Another 15 minutes? But it has to occur before 3:25 p.m. And then if it drops 20%, trading's halted for the rest of the day. When was the last time GME halted? I missed those times. The anticipation was so sweet. Um, didn't it halt in June? Fucking Christ, this is boring. What's up, Jork? Red candle? What economic news do we have Tuesday and Wednesday? Go look it up. I posted a chart. Tup's tips are contracting, which is bearish. How can you tell what an MM is pricing in for an earnings move? At the money straddles 7, 14, 21, and 30 DTE. NVIDIA says it's going to make CPUs in 2025. So it's getting pumped now. Also, more like 2027. Also, they're going to be worse than Intel and AMD. Way worse. The puts are down 2.84% in a new bull market. New bull market? No. Maybe too soon to call, Odorous. HBM needs to drip faster. It doesn't really drip at a very fast. It's got very low yield. How's positioning looking for tomorrow? I haven't really checked out tomorrow yet. Give me a second. Been gone the whole day for meetings. Can you swipe at the camera and growl like a bear? It gets me going since I haven't seen you all day. You know I did that the other day and you missed it. I'm not gonna tell you when or how, but you did. So I'm waiting to protect my FUBO position for the inevitable downturn. Last time I was too early selling in the money. I see. Too early? Oh, so you sold, what did you sell in the money before it broke 250? That's right, Jim. Do you know how to disable the PDT flag on WeBull? No, they don't let you. They fucking suck. Ooh, VIX 20 again. Wow, they didn't really get a lot of de-risking done there, huh? Anybody gambling on earnings today? What are you gonna play? Coca-Cola? Win event contracts? Don't worry, my puts are green now, I say. It's okay, they're buying the dip, guys. Don't worry. Ooh. Dip buying stuffed? Are we off to the races? Are we gonna finally lose 42-30? Dork, red candle. What is it? Mr. Pickle Gherkin Man. Ooh, I like it. Maybe we should be looking at tomorrow. I'm trying to pull it up, but it won't fucking load. No, wait, I got it. Tomorrow looks kind of bearish. Well, 42.25 down through like 42.85 looks kind of bearish. Oh. You can disable the WeBull PDT warning? How? It won't let me. I've tried to, it won't let me flip the little switch. I lost like $5,000 one day because it wouldn't let me turn that fucking thing off. Have we got chapter 14 incoming finally? What, on the VIX? Swipe at the camera to confirm bear trend. Do you still own 40k GME shares? I unfortunately have a lot more than that. Do you flip it on the WeBull app or the desktop? I don't even know if I have the app. It doesn't let me turn it off on either one. I do have the app. But it doesn't let me turn it off there either. I think we went through this last time. That was pre-split. Yes, it was. Bro, this is crazy. The other money Fubo calls for earnings. November 10th enough. Ew. That's, I don't know if that's a very good play. If it was, why would you buy them now? My calls are getting toasted. Sorry to hear that. I went to the first time in Pigeon Wheel chat and saw the guy who drinks wine bottles and says Riku. Who was that? That's either Carl or Darth Dan or Dan Rod. There's been a few others too. Visceral's done a few. If I had that many shares, I'd be calling a meeting with RC and telling him what's up like a used car salesman. It's like less than 1% of the float, Gen. How do I get real-time VIX on WeBull? Type in VIX. Oh, you might have to turn it on in the like data options or whatever. But it should just give you real-time VIX. What happens below 42.30? Well, we haven't lost 42.30. But if we do, 42.25. But below that, it can keep dropping below that. There's very little call interest once we hit 42.25, and VIX will spike too. So we can start getting downside momentum, more like actual downside momentum. Let's talk about Darth Dan, 100,000%. The only one to chug in his office and a wife beater and a scarf. That's an awful lot of clothes for Darth Dan. You clearly haven't seen all of his videos. Didn't Han used to take wine bottles to the dome? Han's done a few, yeah. Could you help me buy fives? It'll help my options trading immensely. What? As soon as you say shirt, it's not Darth. Wine bottle to the dome? Yeah, as in drinking it, Lawrence. This isn't Pan's Labyrinth. I'm so glad my wife's not overhearing this. Do not want to explain chugging wine and trading. Count by fives. I need to learn better spelling too. You should get on Popcorn Trader's Hooked on Phonics course. It's brought him profitability recently. I used to think I was too smart to join a cult, but here I am. If you say oak dresser from the early 90s with a big old mirror, it's Darth. It's always just Darth. I love when people ask where we'll go if we drop below X and you say X minus 5. Then if we fail there, X minus 10. Yep. It's one of my favorite things too. $30-year back over 5%. Woo! Bear market. This is hogwash. I come in here every day to glimpse a calf, and what do I get? Not even a shoulder or pepperoni, just Gherk sinking lower and lower into the frame. One of these days, someone's gonna notice that I've been raising my desk 1 millimeter a day for the last year. I'm trying to fix my posture. I figure if I just keep going up slightly over time, my back will be straight like an arrow. Red candle? Check fucking DM. Ooh, bullish. I mean, reverse bullish, but you know what I mean. I only have puts. Oh fuck, I need to close these puts. This is why we can't have nice things. Because the second my puts are in the money, I'm like, I really need to close these fucking puts. Dork, my 42.10 puts are now back at $1.70. This is just the kind of fear we want going into the overnight session. Ideally. New low of the day. Let's fucking go. Whoa, alright. Calm the fuck down, first off. Alright, maybe. Check out Dow. Ooh, fuck. Look at Russell, too. Fucking NQ's up 50 BPS still. Oh, fuck this market, man. Dollar is still down 50 BPS, but yeah, the 30 years back over 5. I can't believe they're still trying to stabilize this. They have to. I'm gonna get fucking stopped out. Yep. Never mind. God damn it. Fucking fire hose of money being pumped into the market. Yeah. No, dill flavored ice cream sounds disgusting. Like frozen tzatziki. The 4230s are gone now, Dork, but the 4210s live on. TTM PE of NVIDIA is still 103. It's up 3.5% today. It's fair. Frozen tzatziki? I'm listening. No, you're not. That's disgusting. With cucumber and garlic chunks for your pleasure. Drizzled with a light topping of olive oil. You just dip the cone in olive oil before you eat it. Oh my god. I wonder if I could sell that to people. Like a summer treat, you know, just like a pita with frozen tzatziki inside, dipped in olive oil. I actually do have a bowl of tzatziki. I made it like 2 days ago. I love that shit. It's amazing. It's not frozen, but I could change that really quickly. Bro, Dow's fucking dead. It's selling off kind of hard. You remember when I sat here all day fielding questions about why we were up and if we're bouncing into the end of the week? Were you here for that, Dork? It was awful. I just kept saying as little as possible. I was on a call. What happened? Where do we have put interest? I'm not even sure that we do. 42.25, 20, 15, 10. And then tomorrow all the way down to like 41.85. Put over holders rise up. Why are my calls going down? I don't know. Get fucked, dirty little toe beans. I will say that put delta's ramping up like crazy right now. What is it, Dork? Penis? That's you sent me that penis 7 minutes ago. I'm no longer 100% out of the money on my premium. Nice. I have something like what you have, but I think we bought them at different times. I didn't go as far down as you. But I do have to hold it overnight. So would you still hedge the upside? Yeah. Oh, my puts are now up 5%. How the turntables have turned tables. I specifically asked if you could wait until Wednesday for the crash. Okay, but we might not have crashed by Wednesday. Fun fact, corner couches are actually just centaur beds. No. That would be like a that'd be like one of those couches that's shaped like this. Cause you have like the feet. You put that big ottoman in the middle, right? And you have feet here, and you have like horse body, and then torso. And then the ottomans for the penis. Giant rabbit. Thanks, Sisyphus. Centaur beds are just piles of hay. You can't use a hammock. How would a centaur use a hammock? Peak finfluencer infotainment. Oh. This is so fucking bearish. I know. You know JFresh is gonna win today if we keep dropping, Dork. Should I start buying calls? Are you good on horse blankets for the winter? I just bought a new blanket. It's down. I guess it's more of a comforter. I need to buy a duvet, though. I thought I had one. I don't. I want all of the JFresh's dreams about the market to come true overnight. I wonder if he closed his Vega position when we went under VIX 20 today. Not down alternative. Allergies? Well, you get like a... I shouldn't have any allergy problems. It's very high thread count. Kirk likes his blankets like he likes his market down. I remember what you said about zero DTEs and took profits fast while they were there. Thanks for all you do. Nice, Jason. Well done. Yeah, there's still put buyers coming in. People are getting anxious. Probably more coming in tomorrow. I'll check tomorrow's expiration. I can't imagine people buying a ton more for today. I think mostly call selling right now. Bunch of call selling on that first leg down. A shitload of it. That was zero DTE. Ooh, yeah, you'll like this. So that, right? And then there's like a little ramp. Boop. Someone started buying 4200s. That was me. Did Bank of America announce it's becoming Bank of Puerto Rico instead? That's still an American territory. If we got to 4,100, how are we not going to push for Daddy Diamond's puts? It's only $50 away. Also, wouldn't the MM start hedging it? Yeah, they would. That's why I think we'd reverse. Crush today selling credit spreads on both sides of our extremes. Thanks for teaching and caring, you big softy. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? We've never spoken before. I made money off 4,200s 10 minutes ago. Huh. Ban him, it's JPOW. You mean the JPM collar puts are going to save the market? They might save the economy. Why does everyone in the market want my contract? Adopted by the Dans. Thank you so much. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Give Adopted a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, man. I woke up about 30 minutes ago, bought a put. Forex monies. Feels good, man. Nice. At least you got to miss the super fucking boring part of the day. Does the JP and JPM stand for Jerome Powell? No. James Pierpont Morgan? Just play money. It stands for if you have to ask, you can't afford it. I meant to ask this earlier. Would the strangle approach be to buy a current price plus VIX value? So 42.20 current buy, a strangle at 42.50, 4,200. No? I don't know. Ew. How many pontos for you to become my sugar papa? You just don't hear the Pierpont name enough. Probably not. I walked past the Morgan Library yesterday. I once dated a Morgan. She left me because I was poor. Smart. Put Spy up and watch it on the 5-second. You won't regret it. I already do. You know, it'd be even more fun, Dork. I think I have. Hold on. I've got something even cooler than that. I think we could just watch futures on the 5-second. Bear, bull, bear, bear, bull, bull, bear. Uh, oof. Which way is that line going to work? Okay. It's starting to look like we're going to close at 42.25. Nope. I basically never talk about GME unless it's up. Is the price up on GME, Breton? Then I didn't talk about it. No, we didn't crash. It's trying to recover like a piece of shit. Ooh, it just gapped up. Futures gapped up on the 5-second. Oh fuck, gap's still not filled. Oh, gap filled. Hmm. Oh, put buying picking up again. So you're holding 41.85s overnight with tiny, tiny little theta? Conviction much? I mean, I just can't sell them. What are your thoughts about a Phillies World Series win and the market crashing? Is that a thing? Holding 35.25. in 30-25 0 DT spreads is a real ride right now. Yeah, that's a little scary. You might get blown out. Maybe not. Yeah, it doesn't let me toggle it off. It's like grayed out. They won in '08 and 1929. Okay. With this downward price action, do you see us more likely going down overnight? We could get a continuation. Yields are moving back up a little bit. If the Bears were getting mad, we'd be down 200 basis points, not 4. SPX is gonna close neutral on the day. Ugh, don't say that. Still have 10 minutes left. Ooh. These wicks and gaps are fucking insane. There's a lot of volume. Yields, Lord Barry. What kind of data is there tomorrow? I think we have PMI. Richmond Fed and a 2-year auction. Red Book in the morning, but that's probably not going to be very important. Ooh. Back under 20. Get earnings tonight, put SPX in its coffin. I don't think there's any important earnings tonight. Yeah. Nothing important tonight. Tomorrow, Wednesday. Gappy Gap to be closed next summer? Which one? No worries, man. Hmm. If someone really pushed here, they could drive everything down to like 40, 42.10 in the money. Remember your promise? No. If no GME run, slow creep up or sideways till November. Ooh. It's disgusting that both of those are possible, but we'll see. Let's see what happens to XRT first. Over the next 2 days. On the CNN fear gauge, why does it have 125 DMA? Who the fuck knows? You see that window, Dork? For them to just push this all the way down into close? It's there. It's bearish as fuck. They could do it. Tesla capex expenditures to exceed their initial 9 billion target. All this bad news on Tesla, is it just concerted or justifiable reasons for more downs? It's justifiable reasons for it to be massively overvalued still. Come on, Bears, for once in your life, win. That'd be really cool. Yeah, the Bears win so little. They could. There's just a big fucking downside ramp on like tomorrow's expiration and today's that they could just pump the fuck out of right now. And we could slip like 20 BPS, no problem. 20 or 30 BPS. I think they're trying. Ah, come on. Get the 15s in the money. Do it. What's your favorite type of bear? Panda, polar bear, grizzly bear? Grizzly bear? Ooh, Kodiak. Koala bears are a waste of oxygen. They're so fucking stupid that if you present them the only food that they can actually eat on a plate, they don't distinguish it as food and won't eat it. How does something like that survive in nature? I don't know. Koalas literally have smooth brains. They don't have hepatitis, they have chlamydia. Koalas together strong. You think they could do it in 2 minutes, Dork? More. Do you hate them so much because of your hatred for Koala Hugger? No. It's completely separate. $42.10p, 5 cents? That's not a good deal. Those 43.30s were crazy. Thanks, man. Nice, dude. Well done. There it is. Plunge protection at 42.18. This is just puts capitulating. It's like 42.20 puts taking profit. Or rolling into tomorrow. Ding ding. Day's done. Well, that was an exciting drop into close. We still closed red on the day. Awesome. Fuck all those people earlier who like, it looks awfully green. Dicks. Anyway, yeah. I don't I don't know who wins today. I'm pretty sure it's J Fresh. But like let's just not say anything about it because he's already got an ego problem. Yeah, that's him. ES bounced a little bit into close, but nothing serious. This could keep selling off overnight. Yields rose up a little bit, but they're still down quite a lot. Dollar bounced back a little bit too, but again, not very much. VIX futures closing at 20. VIX at 20.50. RSP fell off really hard, but NASDAQ closed the day out up 40 BPS still. So just a ton of pump on fucking NASDAQ. Correlation turned around a little bit, but not very much. And yeah, yields are way down, but they started moving back up towards the end of the day. So these might continue up into the overnight session. I think that's probably about it. We have PMI tomorrow morning before market open. Or no, right after market open. So at 9:45, we have services and composite PMI. Services, composite, and manufacturing. Then we have Richmond Fed index at 10, and then a 2-year auction at 1. The 2-year auction could be interesting if it came in low. Ooh, yeah, that could be interesting actually. It might push the yield curve a little bit. on the 210. What strikes did you strangle with? End of day? 25 and 15. I bought it a little earlier, but we kept dropping. So I'm a little closer to the put side into close here, but I think it'll be fine. Ooh. I did not fill all of my call side on that. Anyway, that's gonna be awkward. I'll just buy I could buy an ES contract overnight. VIX correlation still continuing to break down, which is kind of the opposite of what we want to see here. Or it's just extremely bearish. That's not really relevant right now. Dow got slaughtered into the end of the day. Bond volatility fell off a little bit today from its peak on Friday. And moved alongside correlation there, but then it started to pick up again at the end of the day, and that might pick up some even more overnight. Forward returns for vol are still positive. So that's not letting up yet. And Dixie kind of started to turn around as we moved into the end of the day there. Around 3 o'clock, it started to bounce. Maybe that'll pressure yen tonight, but not so much that they take more open market action. I'm trying to learn the spread range. Or is today was fun. Thanks, and have a lovely evening. You too, Frosted Flakes. All right, well, good job, everyone. We'll see what the options data looks like tonight, but so far it looks like they're building up. A few puts to the downside. I would say the chain looks fairly similar to the way it did this morning. So if we start to get some downside momentum in the overnight session, that might get a continuation into the early morning, and then obviously once again watch for a bounce. But I'll give you guys more information on that tonight when I do the write up. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Later.